So today, hopefully, is the last day. Hopefully, on the chess menu. Nearly there with it. So yesterday I put in the beginnings of the tooltips. So now we need to actually make them look good. I think basically they're just going to be exactly the same as this. So I might try and combine the rendering of this, make that a tooltip essentially. Alright, cool. Let's check I fixed a bug yesterday on a different computer. Let's check if I've actually got this actual updated build. Yeah, we do. Alright, cool. So, UI canvas. So, it is inventory bag list tab renderer. Draw inventory bag list. So where are we actually drawing? This bit. Let's find that out. Let's just make it a bit smaller. So where are we drawing this thing? So this is for drawing the unknown one. We drag it in. Let's go in. Thank you. More tooltip stuff today. So the actual functionality is in now for the tooltip. Click the button. It's nice and easy to use. The tooltip just doesn't vanish. So even if sometimes you go over another box, it doesn't vanish the tooltip. It's very forgiving, which is what I was after yesterday. It took quite a long time yesterday to get that functionality properly working, but it's in now. So now I'm just going to work on the actual appearance of the tooltip, which I think is going to be exactly the same as this, and even actually have the same code path, so that if I change this, it automatically changes what the tooltip looks like as well. So that's what I'm going to do today. I hope you're doing alright today. So what we need to do is, currently, the code that I want that renders the tooltip, or this bit that I want it to be the tooltip, is completely integrated with the list view. It needs to come out of the list view into its own thing, so I can call it. So let's figure out how to do that. But it wouldn't make more sense that it does change unforgivingly. So the problem is 3-stream streak, awesome. The problem is usability. Like, if it was unforgivingly changing, if you just wanted, if the person just was like, oh yeah, click me and did that, just move to it. If they happened to drift over the next icon, it would change to the Apple Spark tooltip, and they meant to click the data card tooltip. And that's what was happening to me. So I needed to like put basically some timers in to stop that happening. And another thing is, if you wanted to click the Sven button and you went up to click it, if you went over, it still does it if you do it slowly. If you went over it, it would pop up the tooltip immediately. But what you meant to do is click the Sven button, and then you've got like all of a sudden got a tooltip in the way. And if you're just like doing this, you shouldn't be seeing any tooltips. You know, if you're just like messing about like this, moving the mouse. So if it was unforgiving, all tooltips would be popping up all over the place. It's not what you intend to do. So it needs to be a little bit more forgiving. And then we can really, like, they're all on timers that are changeable. So we can really fine tune it to make it feel nice. It's like a context menu, like, has all sorts of stuff, like, so if I just get off, you'll notice that there's a slight, so if I get off this button, the context menu with the rename just doesn't just disappear. It's like there's a delay. Similar here, there's like a quarter of a second delay before it closes. And that's on purpose, because people might do this and go off the button to get into the context menu. And you don't want it closing immediately. So it's a similar thing to that I've done. It's all like the real kind of finicky bits of UI. But it's pretty nice. It feels pretty nice already. And I only spent maybe like an hour kind of tuning it. Night Child, how's it going? It's progressing, yeah. Got some tooltips. Just functionality now. Not actually the appearance of them yet. But they're interactable, which is good. So now we're going to work on the appearance. And I think they're just going to look exactly the same as this. Follow the same code path even, so that when I update this, it automatically updates the tooltip. That's the plan. Not too bad, just kind of hunting for good libraries, learning about modern C++ functions. Cool. Not really sure why, but I always feel like I could write my code in a better way. Yeah, definitely. And then I made it, I don't know if you saw this, Night Child, but I made it so you could swap between the list mode and the grid mode as well, depending on how you like to view it. Some people like all the information about the item in one place. Some people like all the items in one place. And then you get the information through a tooltip. Yeah, exactly, Night Child. It's good, isn't it? It's a nice part of coding. There's always more to learn. Okay. We're gonna have to restructure it a little bit. Doesn't show anything. No, it was just functionality. It was just basically getting the functionality, making it interactable, making it a little bit forgiving. So if you say you click on data card and you want to go click me, but you accidentally a little bit go over the temporary one, a little bit go over the next icon, it doesn't actually swap the tooltip from underneath you. Subtle things like that, really. Or if you wanted to go up to the Sven button, it doesn't show the tooltip. Quite finicky, really. But now today's going to be appearance. Today I'm going to work on the appearance. And I wanted to make it interactable because say if individual items could get leveled up. Like the Ground Shock Master's like a piece, it's like a tool that one of the robots uses in the game. Maybe you could get like Ground Shock Master 2. So you want buttons on here that will maybe like do the level up or something. At least I can actually have that in the design if I want it now. Like I wanted to make it interactable. And then if they're in the list mode, the button would be here anyway. It could be like, you know, a flashing kind of graphic saying level up available. It's going to be that kind of game, really. You can upgrade your tech and all that stuff. So, let's figure out. I need to figure out what is what. What is drawing? What? So we've got the HUD icon, which is this. The quad outline, which I think is this. The string, which is, so now we're on to what I want the tooltip to be. So the item name, and then the skewed quad, which is that one, I believe. And it's made up of 2 components because if you can animate the charge. And then the rounded quad, which is that bit. And then it does, so we've got the icon stats, which is these things. And then the inventory slot list stats, which is these. I think that's it. So it's basically here to here. Oh, and the list stats. I think so. Let's try and separate this out. So if prefab and prefab type is not equal to inventory item type unknown, and not in inventory item exchange. Do this. See if that just looks the same. Stat bounds. Need that as well. Oops. Beast mode. Let's build in debug. End of the day yesterday I just did a release build just to check it's all working. Okay, so now we need to get this out into its individual function. We need stuff. So how do we want to do this? Let's just start by going, this is kind of temporary. It might be temporary, don't know. Draw inventory item info, I don't know. Info box, I don't know. So let's just copy, let's just get these. Say draw inventory item info box there. I'm going to need to pass some arguments in. So we're definitely going to need some kind of box. Item name bounds. So it looks like it runs off on the icon bounds as well. So let's do, we want to actually have these as a single rectangle eventually, but where are we? There we go. So item name bounds, icon bounds. So this also needs more stuff that we can get. So the font, get text font. The font size, get font size. Item name we don't have. Prefab we don't have. So tweaks we can get. This is game submenu tweaks. Z order we can get. slot state. So what do we need for slot state? So I think what we kind of need, what do we need? We need the slot, I think. Do we need S? Do we need the slot index anywhere? I don't think so. So this slot would be an inventory item slot. So and that is like the slot in the bag that we're going to draw the info of. So this would just be slot. And the slot has a prefab. And it has the item name. So auto item name is slot get name auto prefab. It doesn't have get prefab. It's not ref. If not prefab, turn if it's an empty slot. No, because we actually do this for empty slots as well. We're testing if the prefab is there. Okay. What other things have we forgotten? Okay, so this is returning a reference, so it can't be const. Slot state. How do we get the state of a slot? Slot state. Okay, so we need the bag ID and the slot index as well. So we need more things. So I think we'll rather than the actual slot, we will return. We will pass in the bag ID and the slot index instead. So we'll go auto bag equals G systems. What is it? I can't remember how to get the bag. G systems get inventory. It's a bag inventory bag controller. So it's G controllers get inventory bag controller bag ID. If not bag, return. So the slot is bag get slot slot index, and then the state bag ID slot index slot index. Okay, so the slot might not be there either. We need item tweaks as well. In inventory item exchange. Right. Need to figure out what this is. Oh, that's fair. That's easy. Easy to work out. Inventory item says, and that's the bag ID. And that's the slot index. So it's a little bit more of a roundabout way of doing it. But it means we can call it from other places, i.e. where the tooltip's being rendered. Okay, let's just see if this broke anything. Localization not found for unknown. But it seems to be working fine. So it's saying unknown instead of empty. That's what's going on. So it says unknown. So item name. Item name starts off as being the word empty. Which it shouldn't really, it should be a localized version of the word empty. So can all the stuff to do with item names, item width, item name width. Looks like item name width is not used anywhere. So can we get rid of that? Yeah. Looks like this and this just go to make the item name bounds. The item name bounds. Looks like it is just the item bounds. Almost. Okay, so let's just draw the quad outline. Item name bounds. I always forget the stroke. See what that actually is and see if that is actually just the box outline. The full box bounds. No, not quite. Does go the full width of it though. Nearly. A little bit longer. Interesting why it is a little bit longer. Oh, it's because it goes all the way up to the edge of that skewed quad. So the item name bounds, not quite. So we definitely need the icon bounds. And what do we need? We need the icon, basically the icon. So we need a rectangle, which we need this rectangle basically. So let's do info bounds. It would be icon bounds, right. The item name bounds. What would it be? Item name bounds dot x, item name bounds dot y, item name bounds dot width, icon bounds dot height. That's what it would be. Yeah. Not quite. Not quite. Because there's this skewed quad thing on the top. So it's icon bounds dot y. Okay, there we go. So that is actually the box we want to pass in, right? So what we're going to do is temporarily make another one. And then Where are we? We'll make it here. And then what we want to do is actually draw the whole info box based on this bounds instead. Okay. So we will draw the string layer draw the string here. So the skewed quad bounds is the info bounds X, info bounds Y, info bounds width 8. So we're going to do constexpr auto skewed quad height is 8. That's the skewed quad bounds. Let's just draw that and see if it is still the same. Looks fine. The rounding, so icon bounds height -8. So this is skewed quad height, skewed quad height. This is info bounds height. Maybe we should call this skewed quad dim, because we're now using it on a width. So this draws the rounded box. If that's in the same place, that's great. Yeah, that was good. So, item name bounds. It's the rounded quad bounds. Top left, I believe. We're just shifting it along 8. Yeah, that looks good. Looks a bit high. So let's shift it down 8 as well. It's a bit too low. Well, maybe not. I don't know. Just looking at this. They seem like kind of wrong, actually. It seems... It kind of seems like there's more space between Apple Spark and the top, and Ground Shock Master and the top. I mean, there definitely is. Or is it just an illusion? No, there definitely is. So what's going on there? That's weird. That is weird. Same draw call. That seems fine though. Not going to complain about it yet. Okay. So the item name bound. So this is the stats. So the stat bounds. We're saying X the Y is rounded quad bounds. The Y plus the line height, which we don't have yet. Font get line height, font size. Plus the line height plus 8. And the height is the rounded quad height minus the line height minus 8. Let's try that. Yeah, that was good. That's it. So now we're not actually using, hopefully, these two. We don't need item name bounds. Don't need to pass that. Either of those. Here. So item name bounds.x, which is icon bounds right. Item name bounds width, which is the item width, which is a canvas width. Okay. So now we can just straight up call this, well, I'm not going to call it info bounds. Don't want to overload the name bounds too much. So this is basically which bag, which slot, and where it is on the screen. Cool. So if we just do a little temporary, see if this works. Info bounds dot x plus equals 16 times sine of t plus info bounds dot y. See what that looks like. It's a quick test to see that they're all moving. They can be rendered anywhere, basically. No. I think that's great. I think so. We've got the call now. Get rid of that white outline as well. Got the call now. Draw inventory item box on the canvas. So we'll get rid of this. So do we want to standardize the size? The size is okay, so it will stretch to the edge of the canvas, whatever the canvas is. So what is the width and height of it? 401, 104. I mean, backwards, isn't it? 401 and 104. Palindrome. Right. So it's basically 400 by 100. Or 100. 100 tall, 400 wide. So that's the size of the tooltip we want to... That's in the renderer. The tooltip. We need to make them 400 by 100 or 401 by 104. Bin width 401, 104. Okay. So the basic tooltip renderer. What do we have in here? We have the item type. We need the bag ID and the slot index rather than the item type. So we won't get rid of item type just yet. Well, what does it use the item type for? Literally just to get the prefab. Okay, so we'll get rid of item type. So we want That has been forward declared. I don't think we would need that anymore. So we want use it for bag ID, slot index. ID, slot index. ID, slot index. So here we're saying we're at least fitting the name. Item ID. So we need to get the prefab. So the bag, G controllers, oops. Get inventory item controller. Inventory item, inventory bag controller, bag ID. If not bag, return result. Auto prefab is bag, get prefab, or is it bag, get slot, slot index. Well, that's the slot. If not slot, return. Auto prefab, slot, get prefab. Okay. Doesn't know about controllers. Include gameplay controllers. So that is the prefab. So that actually, we can just say, if not prefab, return result. It should be there as well, result. Then these can go away. All right. So this would be get canvas, get game canvas, no, get canvas, just get canvas, isn't it? Is this the correct thing to call? No. Get canvas. How do I get the canvas from the render? Oh, I don't have the renderer. This is the canvas that we want to draw to. Is it just simple as canvas, draw, inventory, item, info box, bag ID? slot index, canvas, get client bounds. It's simple as that. Not quite. Okay, so this bag get ID S. S is apparently I here. I being the slot index. Why haven't we used S? That is weird. This is quite old code. And also, we have a thing for this. Foreign S slots. No. The index and the reference. As long as we're not removing slots halfway through. I don't think we are. I'll have to check that. This doesn't work if you remove stuff out of slots in the loop. It breaks. Moment of truth. Nothing is there. Right. ID slot index canvas. Right, so it's being drawn. It's just not being rendered. Ah. Okay. So we don't want this if condition here. We didn't actually, so that if condition is there because this is for like UI, and if you don't draw any UI elements, it doesn't need to render. We're actually not drawing UI elements now. We're just drawing quads and stuff. There we go. We've got some stuff. It is drawing the stats. So we have this thing called draw background. Don't think is there anymore. So it's being clipped. Bamberg, morning, how's it going? Basically being clipped. Let's make it a bit bigger, a bit wider. So the background, what do we want to do with this? Let's just try this for now. Okay. That seems to be good. What I might do is actually do the margin. Tooltip, get renderer, get style, panel margin. Set it like that. What are you up to today, Fanbjerg? What are you going to code on? Anything good? That looks it. That looks like it's doing it. You just get all these rid of these localization messages. Obviously it's translucent for some reason. Transparent. My eyes just opened after 9 hours. Oh, lovely. That's a great night's sleep, that. Lovely job. Okay, so we're having some kind of... For some reason it's see-through. Maybe those are see-through. Maybe these backgrounds are see... Well, it's see-through and there's no colour there. So I'm not sure what that's going on there. But maybe maybe this is actually see-through. To find the colour. Item, tab list name, back colour. Yeah, okay, so it is transparent. So we actually need to find the actual colour that we want. It's about there. One foot of snow outside. Wow, amazing. School's cancelled, even better. Even better, school's cancelled. Yeah, awesome. No snow here, just loads of rain. So the tooltip colour is very similar to the background colour, that's what I notice. I don't know if that's actually what we want. Probably not. The tooltip, yeah. It's a tooltip. There's various types. There's that type of tooltip where it says toggle view. This one, so this one's non-interactable, meaning I can't put the mouse over it and click it. This one's interactable, so if there was a button here I could click it. That's what I put in yesterday. The naming of the components, yeah. Yeah. Tooltip. No idea why it's called tooltip. I mean, I suppose it's meant to be like a little hint when you go over something. It's a little tip. Not sure what about the tool bit. Pop-up 1, pop-up 2, pop-up 3. Ah, right, yeah, pop-up. Pop-up's also a good name. Pop-ups in my mind are don't go away though. In my brain. But a pop-up is something that pops up and you have to interact with it. But I suppose pop-up is fine, it does pop up. Pop-up, go away. There you go. That's a little bit green, you know. Very hard to make it. I don't know, we need to get the tab, the name for it, tab pane back colour. Do we have the tab page header colour? Tab pane back colour. Maybe it's this one. No, that's that. What's the header colour? I don't know. So why is the colour not coming through? So like the Apple Spark, it should have a orange. Oh, it's because it's not charging up. Right. And I do think, you know, we probably do need a little. These things charge up, so when you do that, they charge up, and that's just not charged. We also need it to be a different colour as well, because I think that's too. For a pop-up, is too similar to the background colour. Maybe. Text rendering, nice one. Just use free type. Yeah, cool. Yeah, awesome. Okay, so what we might need to do is just add some kind of context. So like some kind of info box context. We basically want Tweety to be 1 all the time in this context. In the context of the tooltip. And then we might want a different background colour. Free type is excellent, yeah. And STB True Type. Anybody tried that? That's good. That's also good. That's much easier to use than FreeType. But I think FreeType produces nicer looking text. This is all FreeType. All this text in the game. Not that you can see it because there's that many warnings. More copy. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Oh yeah, if you're already familiar with it. If you're not learning text. Then yeah, use what you've already got. Right. Context then. How do I want to do this? Only ever tried FreeType, can't compare, yeah. Prefer FreeType. Alright, cool, yeah. FreeType also supports emoji rendering. Yeah, that's awesome, isn't it? I've never tried to do emojis before. This engine can do like dingbats and icons and things from TTF files. No, I haven't done emojis though. Yeah. Variable names and yeah. I think that's a great idea. It's programming language that's entirely of emojis. Tweemoji. Font for free. Oh yeah, cool. So the easiest thing to do, I think, would just be in enum. So E unknown list tooltip. And this can just take the type. So this one is list. And the other one will be tooltip. And 20. Right now this function returns false. Right now and forevermore. Still using the magic enum, yeah. Yeah. Although, when C++ 26 comes out, won't need it anymore. In theory. Well, I'll probably still use it because it's used everywhere. Maybe the future functions can be refactored to bus again. ...2015, what a time. That's a long time ago now. I would have been a young man. A young man in 2015. I would have been 30. Whoa, to be 30. And then in 2014, no, in 2015, a lot of it I would have been 29. So there is no background actually. I wonder if we can get rid of this then. Pretty sure. Does draw background need to be there? We're going to say no, it doesn't need to be there. I don't need to do it anymore. So now we know we're rendering a tooltip. So we'll start off by saying I'm going to say if type is tooltip else just skew quad bounds. And then we may want to put in a different background colour. Maybe. Okay, so that's got alpha as well. That has alpha. So we basically need these to not, these item colours to have alpha of 1. And then we need to actually take some colour back out of them in the hue. How much text should I benchmark for the text editor before its performance is acceptable? Right. You want to try and make it not dependent on the size of the text, which might be quite hard. There are algorithms for it though. You only need to render the text that's on the screen on that frame. Adding text, you need an algorithm for that doesn't depend on the size of the text. So you could have, in theory, a 1,000,000 line text file. Starts running bad. Really? I've never tried it. Should we open up some big thing in Visual Studio and see? See if we can crash the stream. What should we open up? Like a game file. Let's open up a PDB file. 2 gig. Do we really want to do that? 600 meg. This is a lot of lines of text. Seems to be fine. Doesn't have any line numbers. Let's open up it in Notepad. So this is 3.4 million lines, and its performance is swift. No different from if it was one line. Maybe the syntax, it could be this. Well, yeah, it could be Visual Studio. I mean, you just never know with them, do you? Could be the syntax highlighting, yeah. But then again, you only need to highlight the syntax of the thing that's on the screen, not for the entire text. Just the text that's on the screen. You need some kind of routine that quickly finds the text that's on the screen, so you can syntax highlight that. Doesn't it also need information where enums exist, etc., to properly highlight it? Yeah, it should just do it for the stuff that's on. I don't really know how it works, but I would be just doing it for the stuff that's on the screen and then caching the results as we go, rather than try and do the whole text file at once. Once you get to like massive text files, anyway, you could do it a different way if you've got smaller text files. But yeah, I suppose for a first pass, I mean, the maximum size of a script file, I don't know. I don't really know if you want to limit it by that. It depends what you want to do. I would do a bit of reading on the algorithms that don't depend on text, like that. You know, if you type into Google AI or whatever, some AI program, it will tell you what algorithms to look at. But yeah, syntax highlighting is definitely another like barrier to performance, for sure. Because you need to know like the context of the code as well. That it is code and what code is what. Which you could maybe, could use some version of like a PDB file to find that out. I'm not sure. Okay, so let's look at the green one. We probably want less colour. That's good for green. Unknown. I want it to be similar to the background. So what I was doing before is just alpha blending it out. But I can't do that now. Because these tooltips are over the top of things. Alpha blending it out to make it a similar colour to the background. It's quite similar to what Cannonball is. Maybe something like that would be fine. Modifier. This is very orange. Maybe that. It's quite pinky, isn't it? Tech. Whoops. Consumable. That's fine. Stat colour. What's stat colour? Oh, just white. Stat border colour. Just black. Okay, we'll go for that. So that means we have tooltips. I can see some kind of like line there above. Wonder what that is. Could be the... We are doing some kind of bloom stuff. Alright, let's get rid of all these unknowns because we need to set the actual... set it to be empty. Item name, slot.getName. So we're going to say if prefab and prefab type is equal to inventory item type unknown, item name is empty, but we won't actually localize that. We don't want it to just be empty. And that didn't also didn't work. Prefab and prefab type. Oh. It's just if not prefab. Can't have a prefab that's empty. Still doesn't work. Oh no, it does. We've just still got lots of unknown localizations. Where are they coming from? Someone's trying to render the word unknown somewhere. Boot Dragon. We also heard of Enchantum. Enchantinum. Enchantum. No, I've not. Enchantinum. Compile timenum reflection. No, I've not heard. Right, cool. That's predicate to string views. Yeah, nice. It's pretty much the same as Magic Kingdom, yeah. What's the other one? Simple Enum. Oh, that one didn't work. Simple Enum one didn't work. Have a look at the... it's got single include as well. That's what you'd want to look for. Something like this. Cool. All become irrelevant soon because of the reflection, in theory. Alright, got an ad coming. I'm going to go make a cup of coffee. And I'll be back. I'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Okay. Some reason we're still trying to render the unknown localization for unknown. There must be prefabs that have unknown. Which I didn't think was a thing. I'm gonna shut my door 1 sec. Someone is rendering the word unknown. Well, see, here we're saying if there was a prefab and the prefab is not unknown. Maybe we do need to do that. Oops. Well, we can just do an OR. Prefab is like what you would use to make an item with, like a base item. It's not actually an item itself. Who's drawing unknown? Who's drawing the word unknown? Did it go here? No one's drawing the word unknown. Have we got a bug in this system, this thing then? No. It's not quite that. Is it here? Where does it work? Where is it coming in? Let's look at the localization. Get localization str. It's a function called str. Get localization. Something called str. And another str. Find entry. Yeah, right, here we go. Cannonball. Cannonball. Unknown. Localizing slot. Inventory item slot. Get name. Okay, we need to put one in for the unknown then. Just the word unknown, basically. So we're going to go unknown is unknown. Then we want another one for empty. Empty. Right then. Awesome. I won't put one in for Cannonball because I don't even know if Cannonball's going to be a real item or not. Iron ingot. So where's the apple spark? How does this even work? A lot slower than in, but more widely used. Slower to compile. Yeah, I've noticed it can be slower to compile. Definitely on a slower computer. It's here, look. Inventory items. Yeah, well, we won't bother with. We're not on inventory at the moment. So does that mean the chess menu is finished? And that would be fully interactable if we had buttons. So let's just test it, set it to be not interactable. Whatever we do, the add tooltip. Okay. Basic icon tooltip renderer. And then this has get interactable type. And we just turn that to not interactable. Summary and significantly reduce compile time. Binary sizes in the enum reflection projects in my own project. Full rebuild times from about 2 minutes to 1 minute and 26 seconds. Interesting. I wonder what the build times, what will happen to build times with standard reflection or standard meta. So this is not interactable anymore. So I can't go over the top of it. They do feel quite nice, the tooltips. They come on at just the right time. And I can do this and they don't come on. Then I stop and it comes on. If I do this and I want to go, well, go up to Sven, they don't come on. Pick it up, turns off, put it in a different slot. Do this. It's got a slight visual bug, if it even is a bug. There's a little stripe that appears above it. Let's figure out what that is. I don't know. I don't know if it'll be faster or not. I don't really know what the plans are for that. There's a little stripe, yeah. I don't know if you can see it. That appears like a little line. So if you look just to the left, just to the right of where it says 100, then it disappears. There's a little kind of thing being rendered there. So I'm not sure what that is. Okay, 1 second. So just to the right of the 100, above the tooltip, there's a little stripe that's being rendered. Can you see it? Yeah. Not sure what it is. We'll have a little investigate. Could it border or text intersecting? I think it's the it could be some post-processing effect a bloom or something. There is a bit of bloom on it. If it's the bloom, then it's not fixable without taking the bloom off. But it could be that the bloom has got a bug in it where it's rendering the actual bloom texture in the wrong place, which would be worth investigating. So this is the rendering of the tooltip. That's basically it. Turn off bloom to test. Yeah, I will, yeah. This is the bloom. I think it is the bloom. It's cause it's getting cut off at the top because it's too close to the too close to the top. Yeah. So it's just, you're seeing a sharp edge of the bloom. So when I do the bloom target, you see, I do put a little bit of padding around, but obviously not enough. It's okay if it's anywhere but the top of the canvas. Yeah, the padding is not enough. So when it blooms, you see it's got a hard edge there at the top, basically. So it means a bit more padding. Or turning the bloom off. You can see it is quite a subtle effect. It just makes like these bars glow a bit, which looks quite nice. But then I don't know if these don't even have it. It would just be the so we'll probably go for turning it off. Ironing got nice names, yeah. None of the items or anything are actually designed yet. They're all just been put in for testing. But yeah, well, there'll be a lot of items in the game. So there are two solutions. Take out bloom altogether. Because I don't think these have bloom. These ones. I don't know. No, they are bloomed. They're bloomed here. Right at the end. Yeah, you can see it's been put on there. There's a third solution which is cheaper, which is baking a fall off. as well. When we apply the bloom, we could fake the fall off. So as it gets to the edge of the texture, it just falls off itself. Don't know. How easy would it be to put a little bit more padding? The most expensive one is to put the padding around. Post-processor bloom. What's it called? No, it's DX12 post-processor bloom. Lip bloom process. So it's this factor, I believe. So if that was 0.5. Yeah, it's basically disappeared if it was 0.5. But it is more expensive. Just see what it looks like for the rest of the menus. I mean, it doesn't really... So now if we look at pics, it's just made a more padding around this outside of it. Processor just made a bigger texture. It's not cut off anymore. I think we'll just stick with that. That's the quickest fix, but the most expensive. But it's fine. We're not asking it to do a lot really, it's only a small texture. And that also means that the chess menu is finished. So if you just want to take one item out of the chest, you do have to drag it. Maybe we could put a click on it. If you clicked it, it just put it in your bag. Maybe we'll do that. Wonder how easy that would be. Let's turn that to be interactable again. Well, there's nothing interactable on it yet, so let's make it not interactable. And then when something becomes interactable, we have a button or whatever, we'll make it interactable. We'll also want it, so we're running at like 900 frames a second. 893. So it's fast. Let's see what it would be at HD. I mean, yeah, 857. What about full screen? Well, full screen borderless doesn't actually do. It just caps it at 60, I think. Oh no. .700 frames a second. So I don't think we need to worry about having a slightly bigger render target for the bloom. I do want to see if the bloom comes off. If the bloom is scissored against the menu. That is something we can actually test. I don't want that to happen. And then we'll just have a quick check of draw calls. Or maybe we'll make actually a list icon. A little icon for lists. List views. Oops. Did I do the wrong thing there? So it'll be the post process. No, the bloom is applied, definitely applied properly. Yeah. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, what was I going to do? Click on the icon to get it into your inventory. Is that something that we'd want? Right now you've got to drag and drop it in. But if you click it, clicking currently doesn't have an effect, doesn't do anything. So a click could put it into your inventory. Which I think might be quite nice. But only on here. If you click on there, it doesn't do anything. I think it'd be a little bit weird to be like, lose an item if you click on it. Yeah, I don't know. Because if it's in list mode and you click on it, does it go down to there automatically? And I'd have to go put it there. I'd have to scroll down to it. think we don't do the click. I think it'd be too confusing. Which means this menu is finished. And then we move on to something else. I want to move on to the shop menu. So let's put a shop in. See how awful it looks. Okay. So we'll move the chest over here. And then we will put another trigger in. Game event, broadcast shop, shop kind, Tim's Seedware. And you are inside. And the playable character is inside this trigger. It's a shop. Let's see what it looks like. Currently the state of a shop. God. Come a long way. Another thing I was going to suggest, do these have to be swapped? I think they probably do. So maybe we're not actually finished yet. Shouldn't the Stash Hero and Sven be this side and the wooden crate be that side? Sturdy Pose, how's it going? Welcome. Just working on menus. Just finished the chest menu. I was just wondering maybe whether the player's stuff should be on this side and the actual chest stuff should be on this side. In the shop, that's the case. The shop's not been looked at yet. This is just a prototype. So we've got the player's stuff on this side. Yeah. Okay, let's do that. Let's just put this back here. Hope you're going alright anyway, Sturdy Pose. If you've got any questions, let us know. Yeah, I'm going to swap them over. So, game menus, chess menu, raw widgets. Be lurking, yeah, no problem. No problem. So that is just right bounds. And that is left bounds. That's all we really need to do. Maybe, he says. Yeah. Oh, it's cut off a bit at the top. So it does need to be a bit lower. Marius, why don't you use Copilot suggesting code? I have tried it. You spend a lot more time reading other people, well, code. I think for me, it like increased the workload of reading reading the code. So I ended up making more mistakes. Now I think that's something that you probably would get used to eventually. When it, you have to read everything it suggests, and then you have to determine if it's what you want. And I'm spending all my time doing that instead of actually coding. Oh, we do have Y offsets for both of these. Let's do right, left. See if that fixes it. I also, just from like a creativity point of view, enjoy typing in code, even if it's like mundane code. I enjoy it. I don't really need... to speed that up, really. The deep work gets omitted when you get into the zone. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. AI's been handy for like, so the rounded quads. And then I was like, so what does Chrome use to round quads? So I typed that into AI, and it's like, it searched the source code for the 2D renderer that Chrome uses, and it's like, well, it does this and this and this and this, and it's based on this. And then you can do a load of reading. Whereas before, I would have had to read a load of forums to determine that myself, just to get the same result. So it's been useful for that way, but for code suggestion, not really. Verification, quite neat. Yeah, cool. So what's up? What does Opus do? Is it like a testing thing, test code? The Claude Opus. I've heard of Claude before. Okay, yeah. Cool. So what you can do is, you don't have to let go of it, which is nice. Okay, I think that I'm just gonna call it. Oh, Fana, thanks for the follow. Fana, and the follower goal as well. Much appreciated. Not only testing, but saying like, hey, run diff against this. Ah, right, okay, yeah, cool. You think is it, and it's reliable, is it? It's good. It's pretty good. Oh, nice one. So that's the current state of the shop menu, with no work done to it. It is functional. It works. It works. So the idea is your stuff, the shop's stuff, how much money you've got, how much money the shop's got. You put your stuff into here. That's obviously bugged. And then they put the shop stuff into there. And I assume you press a button. Maybe the button's gone. You press a button to complete the transaction. That button must be gone. The reset button. There's no purchase button though. Oh, that's because there's no money. He's got no money. So what do you do? There we go, trade. Half of the stuff is working. I noticed that that is the modal, that is the current modal menu. This button's massive. You can trade, and there you go. So so it is functional. It just doesn't look great. So yeah, that's what we want to work on now. It shouldn't take as long. So the chess menu took like 2 weeks. But I was building a lot of general menu stuff. So hopefully it won't take anywhere near as long to do this chess menu, to do the shop menu. Alright. So, shop menu. Shop menu. So, we can inherit a lot of functionality already within world menu, I believe. But what we need is draw widgets. I think that's the thing that in world menu needs. Rather than on tick, it needs draw widgets. If this builds, we'll just see what functionality we get with inheriting from in world menu. See what it looks like. To move that. We get a crash. Okay, that's not great, is it? Run up in GL. Like 50%. I'm not great at it. I did it. I haven't done it for many, many years, so I haven't done it for nearly maybe 20 years. But I don't think it would take too long to pick it back up again. So I have to figure out why this is crashing. It's crashing deep in the renderer. So it's something to do with sending stuff to the renderer. A lot of stuff. It worked that time. Okay, that's a bit dodge. That is a bit dodge. Wow. Oh, because it's doing this. It might have crashed because it got a 0 size viewport. Wow, that looks so bad. Oh, there we go. Yeah, the viewport. It's crashing on the viewport handle stuff. So that's probably because when it's doing this, it's starting off from 0 size. Which is not what we want. So, I just need another one of these. And I think what we need to do is just look at the difference between chest menu and shop menu. Okay, it's stable, and then we'll work on it. You're the only one who seems streams C++ properly with respect. Really? Fu Manchu, I like watching him, he's good. My Fu Manchu. Okay, chess menu and shop menu. On enter and exit, draw widget bounds. Get spawn menu type, so get rid of that. That's causing the thing to fire up from a random place. It's like materialise from a random place. Thana. From Sheffield. Nearly. From, do you know Whitby? Do you know Whitby? Basically start at Sheffield and go towards East Coast. Sure do, a nice one. Hope you're doing alright. Very, very rainy here today. Alright, let's just open and close it a bit and see if it crashes. Whoops. I think we've sorted it now with not spawning it from a 0 size. Alright, cool. Are you from Sheffield? Imagine the UK without rain. So where I live, it ain't as bad. Because I live just geographically, you know. So I live to the east of the Pennines, which means that not much rain gets here. I think we get like less rain than like Rome and Paris. Just right here. But then if you go to the west coast of England, it rains all the time. Northampton. I live in Sheffield. I like Sheffield, yeah. It's a nice place. Yeah, so I lived in Leeds for a long time as well. Leeds has changed quite a lot since I lived there though. Now it's got quite a lot better. Yeah, Leeds is nice, yeah. Okay, cool. So shop menu. Draw widgets. Whoops, what am I doing? Shop menu. Draw widgets. You wouldn't call it shop, would you? Shop's a British thing. You'd call it like a trader or something. Moved away from the UK 8 years ago. All right, okay. So where to? Sweden. Where did you move to? A lot of people are moving away from the UK. This game 2D looks like 3D. So it's when you're running around and stuff. This is all 2D. The menus are 3D, which is bizarre, I know. That's proper 3D projection. So the menus are 3D, the game's 2D, so it's kind of the wrong way around, I suppose. But almost all of it is 2D, yeah. The renderer can render 3D. There will be some 3D things in the game. Yeah, in Sweden. Oh, nice, nice. My sister-in-law's from Finland, which is not Sweden, understandably, but it's in Scandinavia. Is there combat in the game? A little bit, yeah. There's I don't know how deep I want to take the combat. I want to keep it kind of casual and easy. But there's nothing I can really show you at the moment, unfortunately. Nothing's in the level. There's no combat level made. I prototyped it all last year. If you go on my YouTube, there's some stuff on it. And then redid the editor and lost a lot of the prototypes, unfortunately. But the gameplay code is still there, which is the important thing. So I could spend a few hours setting up some combat if I needed to. Fancy 3D ultimate moves, yeah. Yeah, I'll show you the thing that does survive is the behavior tree from the dude, from the creature combat test. So this was the behavior tree I made. So I could, in theory, I think, plug this behavior tree into an NPC and you could fight it. But it's completely untested, and this won't be the actual behavior tree that you use for combat eventually. It was like the combat was more than simply go up to the enemy and attack it. It had two hostile levels, the enemy, level 0 and level 1. And the level 0 was like, if you come any closer, I will attack you. That's what the enemy's saying. And then if you came closer, it would attack you. Or it might choose to run away. And that would be hostile. Hostile level 0 is the warning, and then hostile level 1 is the actual the attacks. Short, medium, and long attack. After I've done all the menus, I'm going to do full vertical slice of the game, so all combat will be in it and stuff. To make the whole editor, yeah, I made the whole editor, yeah, made everything. Thank you very much, yeah, much appreciated. Minimal library usage. A few libraries, but nothing major. Okay, we have trader now. And that's caused a scroll bar to appear, which we don't want. So this needs to be a bit bigger. So I might do... so I have this thing called Tweakers, which is a little tool, a little engine tool. Oh, hang on. Visual Studio's frozen. Come on, Visual Studio. Well, I can't do anything. Visual Studio's frozen. I have a little tool called Tweakers, which is like I can use it at the same time the game is being played to change things. I'll show you. Check we're still streaming. Bit weird on computer there. So this is Tweakers. So you've got all these sub menus here. So if we open up the chest and I go to the chest menu, I have like, so you can move things, and it's got like undo and redo. And then you can do things like change the colour of all sorts of different things. So we'll make one for the shop menu, I think. Which is basically the same as the chest menu one. So we'll just put size in for now. We'll do it right here. We'll do it, keep all the menus together. Shop menu tweaks. So vec2 size. Don't really know what default size would be. 500 by 500. That's pixels. Void draw. Yeah, so the way this engine works is you get canvases, and canvases are basically what you draw to. And then the canvases get drawn to the window, so you just draw to a canvas, and then that canvas can just be like kept alive. And then whenever you want to actually see it, you just draw it to a position in the window. Or you can do more of an immediate mode thing and just draw to it every frame. Okay. Let's put chest menu draw. Put it there. Width and height. Put it there. Then it will appear after the chest menu. So, if you go back to game menus, and we look at gets. What was it? Chest menu. Bounds. It's basically the same. So shop menu bounds is the same. Get rid of that size. But this is shop menu tweaks. And now we should just be able to set the size of the shop menu using the tweaker tool. One of the cool things about the tweaker tool is it is just a text file called .tweaks, which could ship with the game, which means that you'll actually be able to modify loads of stuff if you wanted to. All the colours of the menus and stuff. Yeah. And you could put anything in it. You could have like gameplay stuff, you know, like how characters react or whatever. Whoa. See, that's mental, that. I think that needs to be rebuilt. The menu actually falling over. That's the computer telling you, isn't it, that it needs a break. Assuming this doesn't look like that, I'm going to have a quick break, make a cup of coffee, then there's an ad coming in a minute, so I won't be at the computer when the ads are running. Alright, there we go. Wow, that's terrible, isn't it? It's because all the scroll bars have kicked in because they don't fit. But we'll sort that out. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow. Right, I'm going to be back in a couple of minutes. There's going to be an ad for some people. Still ads going on, but I'm back. Won't do anything. So this looks awful. Fix that though. So we've got now shop menu tweaks, width and height. Let's just do like 1,000. They must be hard. That must be kind of hard coded. That. How do I feel about compile time? Looks like you have hot loading. I have kind of hot loading, not really. I was thinking about putting it in when I start doing the vertical pass on the game. Compile times is okay. It's okay on this computer because it's a fast CPU with a lot of cores in it. I do have another build called Debug Mono, which does like they call it like a Unity build. So it doesn't build the CPP files; it builds build files, which will combine a lot of CPP files together. Which takes about a minute off the build time. I don't think that was a full build. Took 23 seconds, not a minute. It doesn't actually take a minute to build. 23 seconds that. Yeah, that was a full build. 23 seconds. The normal debug build, can't remember how long that is. But yeah, like I definitely try to take steps to keep it minimal. It's hard though. You know, I try and do lots of forward declaration. But when you're with templates and stuff, it does drag the build time down a lot. So it's 33 seconds. So it's about 10 seconds faster with the mono build. And it's quite a big project. So it's decent speed. I'll try third-party linkers. One called Mold. Really interesting. Yeah. I don't think the build's going to be any... It's not going to be ever longer than 1 minute, I don't think. He says, we'll see. 23 seconds is fine. Yeah, and that's a full rebuild as well. That's not an incremental build, so most of the time I'm just building 1 or 2 CPP files and it's only a few seconds. Five times faster than Clang. What, for linking? Oh, nice. Alright, we didn't save that. Let's just save that. So 1280 is basically the maximum size it could be. So let's make it... Well, how big is the chest? 500, 500. Is that actually right? No, that's not right, is it? Is it not even you? Oh. Something broken there. I think. Oh, we've just used width and height. Do we not scope? Yeah, crazy, eh? Okay, menus. Yes, menu bounds. So it's 1021 by 689. So why is Tweaker showing 500, 500? No, it's not. Must be just pressing the wrong button. I'm getting tired. Let's be real. It's Friday. So, oh no, look. Oh, it's because as if they're both open. Okay, we might actually do then a little bit of work on tweakers so that doesn't actually happen. That doesn't need to happen. This is to support. Nice. So we can do UI scope ID here. Canvas 2. What do we want to do? tweak name. That should fix it. Thought I was going mad, but I wasn't. That's good. So you should be able to have them both open now. So the revert button is obviously got an ID clash as well. That needs to go here. Alright, there we go. That's good. So we'll just do 1201. Don't know why it's 1201, not 1200. 689. Same size. I mean, it looks a little bit. So yeah, okay. So I've got a problem with these are completely separate canvases. All these. So this is a canvas. This is a canvas. This is a canvas. This is a canvas, and they don't follow the same rules. We need to change that. So they need to be not so draw widgets. No, they need to be not drawn directly to the window, but drawn to the base canvas instead. So here we're going window, draw canvas, the left canvas, and the Z value. So we want canvas, canvas, draw canvas. So you can draw a canvas on top of another canvas if you want to. If so desire. Oh, Z is at the end. So okay, so it's slightly different API. What is it? Clear target alpha Z. Okay. That. Does it do link time optimizations? Yeah, interesting. Clear target alpha Z. Does not take 5 arguments. Which one? This one. AQ ton, how's it going? Rad link. Rad debug link. Also a lot faster, but doesn't do optimizations. Oh yeah, cool. There's a guy who streams that, isn't there? Development of the Rad debugger. Alright, there we go. So these canvases had been drawn on top of this canvas, and this big shop canvas now is having its transform applied and stuff. And it's fine. Okay, cool. First thing I want to work on is just trying to get what's going on there. Got some flickering. Anyway, we're not going to do this anyway. I don't think. Let's not. We're going to try and get this view in here. So we want the left bag. So this thing called draw party bags. Let's have a look at the chess menu, draw widgets. Canvas draw party bags. See, what I might do is quite a big function. I might if zero this out. If zero this out, and then put it all back in slowly. Left bounds. We've got the order. Window. Marius, hey. Bit lazy with the coding. It should be about relaxation, I think. Coding. So I want to rename this. Left is the wrong name. This is the vendor canvas. And this is the vendor bounds. No. Yeah, that is the vendor canvas. See if that builds doing that. So what we actually want to do is draw the party bags. So that would be so the left bounds is the vendor bounds, yeah. Left and right is a bad name. And the right bounds is the player bounds, I think. Learning C++ isn't going very well for me. If I'm on the right track. It's a struggle at the start. That's totally right. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So in tweakers now, in the shop menu tweaks, we want column left and right here as well. It should be vendor really. We'll fix that later. Float player canvas by offset. Canvas Y offset can be 0. Okay, and then we want player canvas height. Think. Yeah. Just says 100 by default. It's always this fiddly setup stage, which takes a bit a while. Transferring from the prototype menu over to the new one. Okay. Okay. So we'll do player bounds. We don't have scissor. We need to get the scissor. Just basically copying over from the chest menu one because it's quite similar, or at least it'll start off quite similar. We need to get the tweaks, which are the shop menu tweaks. And this has to be player my offset. C++ is very nice, yeah. I like it. I like it. So we've got player bounds. Check that builds. And then We get the bags, we can place the switchable renderer in. So what this does is it gets all the party bags from the party, all the characters and the stash and stuff, and then it makes temporary array of grid type of renderers. So this is how it's going to render the party bags. We do this, and we draw the tab pane for the party with the renderers. These are the things that are controlling how it's drawn. And then for some reason we are selecting the current party bag. So let's see how that looks. I noticed we're not setting a height. There's nothing there. Nothing there now. Oh, we need to draw the canvas. Oh no. What do we need to do with the canvas? That should be it. That should be it. Oh, it's because we're not drawing any UI. So the way that this UI canvas works is if you have to draw UI elements for it to get rendered. We need to add or draw tab pane. Draw tab pane should do that. Oh no, here we're missing this step here where we're adding the scissors. Where we're adding the scissor to the renderer. So this fakes, this gets around that. So canvas bound scissor Z order. And then we have to do this. So this just basically says to the renderer, like, we're going to use the entire scissor rectangle to draw in, and then it knows there's stuff in there, so it'll get sent to the renderer in the end. Get sent to DirectX in the end. Alright. Let's push it down a bit. Okay, cool. So that should be fully functioning. We don't have the thing charging. For some reason. So what if you look in the chest menu? Oh, they're not charging. These are meant to charge up. That's broken then. And that is broken. The tooltips are broken. What have we done? We've broken everything. Okay. So we got like the same system using over two menus now. So it's obviously introducing bugs. It's just the height No, it's the width and the height that's broken for the tooltip. For some reason. Tooltip is working, it's just the width and the height is wrong. And they're not charging. When you press this button, they're meant to like charge up. Okay, we'll fix that. We'll fix that. So, what have we done to... I have not played it, no. Graphics are amazing. Yeah, I'll check it out. Been watching some stuff on the graphics programming for the new Kingdom Come Deliverance. Them graphics look amazing. So that is basically just a width and a height that's wrong. Min width, min height. I remember that was 401. Maybe this got... .401. 104. The reach got reset. Oh. No. 104. It must have just got reset for some reason. Wonder why. Oh, and all the colours have got reset. Okay. Let's we've screwed up the tweaks file. Undo that. Undo changes. Item tweaks. Okay. Okay, so okay, so it's just not loading it properly. That's weird. What did I do? Yeah, they are different colours. Categories are different colours. Item tweaks. Item category tweak. This is not being loaded. It's not even trying to be loaded. Alright, what have I done wrong? Why is it not loading the tweaks? Let's just rebuild. Oh, it's possibly because... Okay. It has to read it in order, maybe. Which would mean the shop's got to go down here. That might be the way I set that up. Okay, let's try that. Whoops. It shouldn't matter. Shouldn't matter. Oh yeah, there we go. It's worked. It's just, it was an order thing. And now we don't have tooltips either. Tooltips not appearing. It's a brand new thing, this tooltips thing. I only did it in the last day. So if they're not showing... Okay. Let's go to the tooltip stuff. Draw. Nope. What is it? Tooltip. Okay, so no, it's not working. Is that because we've got two menus? So it's not even getting into... So it can be hot. Is open. I wonder if it's because... Shop menu, draw widgets. We need to... Because of that call there, where we're trying to do it 2 times. Wow, massive raid. The dev dad, how's it going? Thanks for the raid. $83. Working on menus at the moment. I've just finished the chest menu. Oops. But tooltips have just broken, so I'm not really sure what's going on there. Have a good stream. Thank you very much. Yeah, so I'm just working on obviously getting a few bugs out of this chest menu. So there's meant to be a tooltip which appears, which I've just broken. So let's turn off everything we've been doing. So now I'm moving on to the shop menu. We're going to have the chest menu and the shop menu using the same systems basically. So we've got two menus interacting with the same systems, and it's going to cause a few bugs probably. So this is going to be the shop menu. Yes, I'm not sure. Yes, I'm building a kind of a sci-fi gardening game. Full engine and everything, so I've built out the level editor, which can do all sorts of cool stuff. And these are little triggers here. This is a shopping cart, so this is like a shop. And this is a little suitcase, which is like a chest. When the player goes over here, over these, they get a little pop-up shop chest. That'll be a proper decent pop-up one day, like an exclamation point or something. Now you can just take everything out of the chest, or you can put stuff into a chest. I've just been working on all the pause menu. That's what I've kind of been doing in January. But now, onto shop menu. Apart from, there's a bug. There's a bug where the tooltips aren't displaying. So we get here, is open is false, state.tween_t is 0. So is this happening? Is it going here? No, it's not going there. Conditions is open. So is open is never being set. This is a different tooltip, hang on. Alright. So let's just log the value of is open. False. It's coming down here. Oh, now we're working. Okay, this is confusing. So the back now. That's so confusing, man. It better not disappear when I remove this. Okay, the back didn't do anything though. That is really concerning. Gonna rebuild. If it rebuilds and it still works, then I'm gonna put it to not worry about it, and then if it happens again, then I'll know it's real. Hopefully it works, then we can get back on with doing the shop menu. Okay, well, the back. It is possible we lost them because it needed a rebuild. That is possible. Right, so let's go back to what we're doing here. So this was drawing the same thing, but in the shop menu instead. Okay, so let's check if they're still there. Yeah. So the shop menu, just need to set the size of it. 1201,689. And about there. So say 90. Save that. Okay, good. So we get tooltips there. Go back to this one. Still get tooltips. Okay, good. I'm pleased. Okay, so we have to think about kind of... We need space for a panel here as well, and a panel here. And a panel here. So we need it needs to be bigger. Can't be too much bigger though, because we don't want it to go past 1280. Which it nearly is. Oh, the wrong one there. So we should do like 1270. Okay, 1270 by 710. So there's 10 pixel border around. So fill up the full screen pretty much. If you're playing at 1280 by 720, most people will be probably playing HD 920 by 1080. In which case it's that big, which is fine, isn't it? That's totally fine. So I think possibly we'll have one here, and then underneath, you'll be able to drag the item underneath, the item you want to sell, into another satchel, which is like a holding satchel. And then this will be the shop one. You'll drag that underneath to their one. And then in the middle, you could have like the buttons, trade, reset. Which means this would need to be a little bit narrower. So we need a tweaker for player canvas width. I don't think we're using player canvas height, are we? No, we are. Or is it just going, no, we are using player canvas height. We need to put that in. So, this is tweaks.player canvas height. I need to move the chest because I keep going into it. We'll put it down here. Okay. So the player height. So if we do like this, and then we can have a holding area underneath. So that would be 380. And then we want the width as well. Ambier, how's it going? Classmate getting really depressed over coding ability. What, he just he doesn't get it, is that the thing? Can't get it sinking. Yeah. How long has he been coding for? It's a lifetime endeavour, really. Two months, yeah, God. It takes years, man. His work ethic hasn't been the greatest. You need to get the coding bug. You need to kind of like understand why it's really good for your brain. It feeds your brain with dopamine and you want to do it all the time. That's the coding bug, and if you don't have it, you can't really force it. Comparing himself to me, it's not good. Guys, oh, so cooked. It's only experience. There's nothing more to it than that. I think there's no point comparing yourself to someone who's been doing it 5 times longer than you have. Doesn't know the experience. Oh, right, yeah, okay, yeah. So he's like he's got imposter syndrome or something. Is that the right term? Imposter syndrome? Yeah. He thinks you both started at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you should tell him how long you've been coding. Okay. So this would be weeks player canvas width. Comparing yourself. Yeah, it's a personal. Should be a personal thing, really. Are you better than you were last month? That's really how you should be doing the comparison. Wow, that's pretty narrow. It's good. Actually, it's good to test the. Okay. I'm gonna say it's good to test the tabs on multiple lines. This because I haven't tested that. So it kind of needs to go. We're gonna have buttons down the middle. So we say 500. No, it can't be 500. 501. Better in what way? Better at coding, better at thinking. Yeah, just better than you were a month ago. If you're better than you were a month ago, you can't ask any more of that than that, really. So it depends how many party members we're gonna. So this is gonna be the whole party. Looks like we could only have another party member, so like 3 altogether. I don't know how many party members are going to be in the game, really. But yeah, we could actually now. It still works. Oh, that works. Interesting, okay. So it needs to look kind of like that all the time with a little bit more space underneath. In between Stash and Sven. And then this needs to drop down to there. Does it? I don't know really. So we'll work on that now. This is a good chance to work on that. So this would be... Let's quickly just make the display a bit smaller. I can't even see it though. Try that. Yeah, that's better. Okay. I'll just put this down here a sec. So that would be MUI canvas. Draw tab pane. I think it can be very destructive if you don't reach the better. If you don't reach the... Oh, you do, and it's still not enough. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you have to ask yourself what you want to get out of it. For me, it's just about creativity. It's about being creative, you know. So I'm just being like, am I being creative? Am I scratching that itch of creativity that I need? Some people, they like to do it by painting. I like to do it by coding. if you're just trying to be like a badass coder, I don't think that's really healthy. So what do we need to do? We need to go through the titles and find Dark Vendor. Thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. Let us know if you got any questions. So we need to basically go through them again. We need to go through them first to find out. So we're going to go through all the renderers. The renderers are like, each tab is a renderer basically. So we're going through all the tabs. And then we're doing the renderer draw here. Okay, so I think what we kind of need to do is go through them first. And then we need to do get title. Do this. Title width. Need to do this. We all have the desire to achieve great things. Yeah. Oh yeah. It all takes work though. That's it. 2 months is not necessarily a lot of time to work on something like coding. So this, I'm gonna go float W is 0. Title bar bounds. We'll start it here. Bounds.x plus x. And this is just, oh, there's another width. Width test. Little padding. Width test. Test is that. Y offset plus equals height. So that gives us our Y offset. So we're looking in this mode at the moment. So this could possibly... go here. Not quite there. Here. No, hang on. Here. We need the font. Radio X74. Hey, in Germany, how's it going? Is C++ or Python better for a noob? I would be programming mostly interested in microcontrollers, Raspberry Pi, some things like motors, radio stuff. Python's definitely easier. If you're looking at microcontrollers, you could try C rather than C++, which is a lot simpler. Yeah, try Python, spend a month on Python, see if it grabs you. Spend a month on C, see if it grabs you. But yeah, definitely try Summit. But Python is generally easier. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, no problem. C++ is better overall. That's a debate. That's a hotly debated thing, that. So if we do title bounds.y plus equals y offset there. Let's try that, see if that builds. If you want the memory safe languages. I mean, the thing is, like, Python is good introductory just to programming in general, to typing stuff into a text file, getting stuff to work. And if you want to learn a bit more about how a computer works, you could try something like C. Okay, well, that's not working. But at least you've got something to debug now. So the Y offset would be 31. Maybe it's not there that we need to do it. Microcontroller sounds like C, yeah. That's what I've heard people use it with. That should be it. "37 viewers, is it really? I don't really keep track of the viewers. I have it hidden." Yeah, there was a big raid from the Dev Dad. Thank you very much. It's awesome. So we're actually... see what's going on there. We're actually offsetting even the titles by it, which would make sense. So this would be... Let's do this for a second. My project, I'm not sure I'm ready to use templates. I have done this mostly for my Arduino. There was a project I want. I needed code file mostly. I can download. Alright, okay. Yeah. Do you mean templates like not C++ templates? Want to enter right cell now. Alright, okay. So you don't mean C++ templates, you mean like template as in like little code snippets that you can just copy and paste that work. You need to start off really, really simply, like the most simple thing you could do. And then what I tend to do is get the source code that someone else has written on one side of the screen, and I'll have my source code on the other side, and I'll just copy it. Anything I don't understand, I will go to the docs and read about it. Yeah. What am I even trying to do here? I'm just like randomly typing stuff in. So we need to do info box bounds is the title bar bounds, right? It kind of needs a bit of work. So if you do info box bounds. That's not working, man. Because this is info box bounds bottom. There we go. So it's drawing this one in the wrong place. I think I'm too knackered to actually... yeah, okay. That's bounds.x. So that's working apart from the background skewed box. This is title bounds. So that might be title. That might be title bounds. Bottom plus Y offset. Okay, unless it's the selected index. If it's a selected index, then no. So okay. So if the selected index we maybe don't need to do that. Because we've calculated the Y offset already. We do need to do that. So what we're saying is if the selected index it's nothing to do with the selected index. It's if this happens, Y offset needs to be 0. Can't do it quite like this. That's it. Can't quite do it like that. Can we do it like that? So it could be minus equals the height. Oops. It's a little fiddly, isn't it? Doesn't work with the list. Oh, it does work with both of them. That's good. Okay. So the height needs to be a little bit bigger, I would say. So there's a little gap there. Maybe 4 pixels, really. So auto H gap will do, well, yeah, auto H gap equals 4. I don't really know what we're going to do if we have more party members than fit on one line of a tab pane. Like this. Okay. Whoops. So, shop menu. So it does this, which is not good. So it drops down there to begin with. At least you can, at least there are all the buttons. So we maybe do need a H gap thing. Let's try and get rid of that where it's doing that. H gap. I know H has already got the H gap on it. So excuse me. AMC Max 11, thanks for the follow. I'm just doing really finicky things at the moment, unfortunately. Like that, causing that to happen. Where it drops down. It's just the deep depths of UI coding. Which a lot of people don't like, which I understand. So what is causing that to happen? Okay, so it should only be one. Bounds.right. Let's make it 282. So that'd be fine. This is the one that drops it to here. Boss Gains, thanks for the follow. Boss Gains. So we're dropping it twice. So what is this? 414. Bounds.right. Is this something Visual Studio can work out for us? Is it going to take ages? Okay, it's not going to work. Why does it even offer it if it just... All I'm trying to do is get it to add two numbers together. Can't cancel either. Can't do anything, it's a modal. Can't even stop the debug. It's really crap, isn't it, that? Actually end this task. I think it's because its width test has to go like that. And that's what it is. Little typo. Alright, that looks good. That looks good. That's how you would kind of expect it to behave. Okay, so let's set it to like 400. And 1, was it? 401? Was it 501? We don't really want any toolbar, any scroll bar to appear. Well, it's doing it there as well. Okay, let's just figure out what's going on there. So it shouldn't drop at all there. $102. Which it doesn't. Not there, not there. So it does there, but the thing is it's the last one. No, maybe it shouldn't drop there at all. It just shouldn't go through there. So 1, 2. So this is 414. Bounds right. So 20 plus 393. It's 413. So there's some kind of pixel. So it's 1 pixel. It's 1 pixel. Then this one is not doing it. Title bounds dot right. Okay. Bounds.right. 20 plus 393. 413. That's apparently the number. That is apparently 51. I don't believe that. Width test. 51 is greater than bounds right. 51 is not greater than bounds right. Title padding. .383 plus 31. 414. Bounds.right. Okay, let's just draw what bounds is. Draw quad. Draw. Come on. Draw a quad outline. Bounds. Right, red. Yeah. So what's going on then? Why is it dropping? So bounds.right is this pixel here. Bounds.x. It's not bounds.x plus x. X is actually 0. So let's do raw quad. And we're going to do we'll do Vec2. X-Min, thanks for the follow. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Inflate by 4. Draw a white quad on that line. So that value should be there. This is the problem. That's confusing me. Is it because of the padding? That might be it. It might be because of the padding. If you don't need there. Okay, cool. So we don't want we don't really want a scroll bar. Stash needs one. Does need to be wider for these. What's the... So it really needs to be like, I suppose. So the really good, so the text is a little bit too big, I would say. Let's do width 1200. What do we want? It's 1280, so we'll do 1270. 1280 by 720, so 710. So there's a 10 pixel border. That's what we were going to do. And then if you go to Sven, who has a very long named So I'm wondering if we do... What's 1270? 1270 over 2 is 635. Minus a bit, minus some padding. If we do 600. And then maybe we do all of the gubbins down here. So we'll have... This is the player's stuff. It should be like, I suppose, here. And then we can have the bag you drag it into. And this can be the trader's stuff over here. We'll go with that. So 568, 373, 383. Okay, so we'll just stick with that. We'll stick with that for now. And it fits them in. We'll have to just bear in mind about the length of the item name. Okay, so let's now, so we'll get, that can stay like that. Go back to game menus. And we want all of these, but for the vendor. Okay. So the vendor bounds. So this draws the player stuff. The vendor stuff equals rect scissor.x plus scissor.width over 2 tweaks vendor y offset tweaks vendor canvas width tweaks vendor canvas height inflate -4 to give it a little bit of padding, and then we get the vendor bag. If auto vendor bag G controllers get inventory bag controller for the vendor ID. Where is that? The right bag ID we've called it. Which I don't think is correct name for it now. And then it's just this. Let me draw the tab pane. This is the vendor bounds. And this is the vendor tab pane renderer. Vendor canvas. So there's no vendor canvas on this. We're just drawing them both to the same canvas. Okay, so we've got something up there. Let's position it. Vendor Y offset is going to be the same, really. 90. Actually, that looks a little bit too low. Oh, it's because of this thing. The width. $616. So can this be $616 as well? The height would be the same, 383. Okay. So so I have to stop that. We just have to stop that happening. I can just put it straight into my inventory because you got to pay money. So the idea is you put it into a holding area. Oh, that's no good because that affects the scroll. UI is so hard. So the problem is now, if I grab this to put it into the holding area, it's going to scroll. There's an automatic scroll happening, which you do want. Which means it has to be. You have to move it to the left or the right. So maybe it needs to be. They need to be on top of each other. Okay, well, we'll try that. Then you can move it, drag it over. Rather than drag it down. If you drag it over, that will be fine. Okay. So. This would be Scissor X. This would be tweaks. This would be player bounds. Not Y plus that. Okay. Let's position them again. It's over here. So if it's 710, it would be 355 halfway. Plus this, minus this bit of header. So we'll say like 330. Got a typo there. Some kind of typo. Maybe this 308. 308. Good. Oh, look at that. Okay, so that is the drag happening. That is a bug in the UI, that. UI is hard. But then there's only 2 items on there as well. How do I want to do this then? So you can only see 2 items, which is no good, really. Gonna sell more than 2 items. So maybe... So now you could drag what you wanted to buy over to the buy section. So I think possibly this needs to be up here like that. 238. And then the vendor needs to be up here. $370. Possibly the other way around as well. So it's the vendor at the top, because that's the thing that you're buying from. So that would be... This would be scissor... What would this be? Vendor at the top. So this would be vendor bounds plus that. To be fair, we don't even need to do this. So it's fender bounce, not Y. Fender bounce, not bottom it is. Let's try that. Okay. So let's do 0. And then let's do 0. Push it down a bit. Something like there, maybe. So 90. Player height could probably go 245. That's not so bad. That's very small. It's a very small scroll bar though. And we need to fix that. We can't be dragging it if a scroll bar is... Like maybe we just have to turn off the auto scrolls for these. For this, that would be a way to do it. Could turn off the auto scroll. Just for the shop. Then we could have them side by side. Let's go back. Currently can't turn off auto scroll, but we should disable it. Okay. So what's this? 90. This is 90. Or 370. Where's my scroll bar handle? Why is there no scroll bar handle there? That's confusing. So let's try 400. 400. There's apparently no scroll bar. Alright, there's an ad, so I'm going to go make a cup of coffee. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Sorry about that. I'm chatting to someone in the corridor there. A little bit late. So we lost our scroll bar. We've lost our scroll bar. Oh, it's just because it's so blooming small. That's why we've lost it. We didn't lose it, it was just tiny. Okay. So how big is the scroll bar for the chest? It's pretty small. So we could do this type of thing where we have our inventory, Tim's seedware, and then down here is the gubbins. Or we could have it... We could have... maybe like 580. Not 580, 500. So we could have that type of thing. And then we could have like 4 slots down there. Buy and sell 4 things at a time. Just because they take up so much space. The list view doesn't. So this one we could say is just the list view. Or we could say they're both just list views. The thing is, you just do want to see, like, these are going to be all of the stats of the items down here. And you want to just see them without having to hover over them. I mean, I don't know. Let's do this. Do these 2 views for default. And then we'll just move on. We'll continue. So the stash. we need like a minimum size for the scroll bar handle. The only problem with this is that the scroll bar's tiny. The scroll bar handle is tiny. So I think perhaps we don't do a toggle view for that. We just have a grid view. So it wouldn't be a switchable, it would be a grid tab renderer, which just needs the bag ID. Which means that you can't swap this one. But you can swap this one. Or maybe you just can't swap both of them. So on the chest you can. The shop you can't. This is a difficult thing because you want to see which ones are worth the most. So like 10G, 7G, 0G. You know, we could display that. We could have a little stat that says that inside here. I think we'll leave it at that for now. And then we'll work on the ones underneath here now. So we're going to have so we've got player bounds, vendor bounds, and we're going to have player holding bounds, just the holding area. Which is scissorx player bounds dot bottom. The width, we'll just base it on the player bounds. So the player bounds dot x, player bounds dot player bounds dot width. The height is the scissor height minus player bounds dot height, and then let's just draw that player holding bounds. Just check it's in the right place. And Malate, thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. So this is where the holding area for where you're going to sell your goods is going to be. So we've got left bag ID, right bag ID. So this is not the right naming for this. So this is the vendor bag ID. right? And then we want, whoops, the center top bag ID. What is that? Top bag. Bottom bag. So we're going to call this player holding bag ID. That work. Player holding bag ID. It's in the wrong button here. It's definitely Friday. My brain is not firing. And then the vendor holding bag ID. And which control, so we're going to call it, so this is the player holding bag. And this is the vendor holding bag. And we've got this thing called center top bag. So this is the player holding bag. So maybe rather than player holding, we should call it the cell. Cell bag ID. It's the cell bag. And this is the cell bag. And then this would be the buy bag. Much better name. Don't have such thing as a left bag ID. I don't think. All right. Shop menu, draw left canvas. So this okay, we have stuff here. So I'm going to just if-zero this out. This is mostly to do with when we actually do the exchanging of inventory. So we could say draw player bags or something, and then no, we'll leave it for now. We'll keep going with what we're doing. I'll bring this code back to life in a bit. Process transaction. Reset. Ooh. Horror 4 not found. Nice username. Thanks for the follow. So we got draw bag as well. There's a lot of stuff here that we don't need as well. To be fair, that is fine like that. We'll just work on the positioning for the rest of today. And if we can get onto some of the functionality, great, but draw transaction, exchange inventory. Okay, so this is the sell bounds. And then the buy bounds is based on the vendor bounds. So it's the same, but it's the vendor bounds. Okay. And then we want the grid. We want to do a grid view for... So we've got the player, or the party bags, and then we've got the vendor, and then what we want to do is we want auto sell bag, G controllers, get inventory bag, controller, sell bag ID. And then it's this, but it's the sell bag. Sell bounds. Okay, we need another one of these, so we want sell by. This is just used to generate the IDs out of the ID process. Well, actually, we're not going to do. Probably won't do switchable for those. Actually, we'll take that. We'll take that back. Only needs it for switchables, where you can switch between the list view and the grid view. We're just going to do inventory bag. So we'd actually need the sell bag for that. Don't even need the vendor bag either. So we can actually get away with doing this. And this. And then we want the buy one. Let's see what we have. Let's see what happens here. The bounds might be slightly off. We'll see. No, it looks alright. So we don't have names. Okay, let's get rid of that red box now. Okay. So we need some space in the middle for buttons and stuff. So in tweakers, we want float cell by gap width. Cell by gap. Okay, so we want the gap is tweaks get cell by gap width over 2 really. Whoops. Let's do player vendor cell cell by have a little gap. Doesn't look great though. It's just not a lot of space. It's just not a lot of space, man. I'm not letting that gap be 0 either. It can be 0. So there's 6 slots each by the looks of it. Yeah, how's it going? Teaching us the command pattern. Oh, nice. Okay. Virtual education. So, oh, right, okay. You mean it's like done online? Yeah, nice one. Nice one. Bamberg. Very academic. I'm just trying to figure out the layout. What I'm going to lay out for the shop menu. It's quite a big menu. So the idea would be, that's your sell box, and you'd buy that. Buy 2 of those. Then you would press like trade button, and it would trade them into your inventory, into his inventory. Really hard to teach without just giving the answer. Oh yeah. Hard to find that line, innit? Because someone can struggle for ages and ages because they just don't know. Using C#. Ah, right, okay, yeah, cool. Okay, so what I want to know is, I want to be able to get the title. Game menus. We have a get title here, I assume, and it's not finding it. Get name. Inventory bag controller, get name. Stash. Hero. Planting droid 0. Stash. Hero. Planting droid 0. Maybe we need actually. So why are we not calling get title? Assume it's going here. It's not even calling it. Okay. Draw tab pane. Get title. One renderer. Vendor. State name vendor. Come in. Come in.
Look, pass the feeder.
Oh, great, yeah. Just stick it down there. That'll be great. Thank you.
No problem.
See you later. Never done low level, so I have an entirely different way of thinking about it. Ah, right, okay. Yeah. Okay. There is nothing. It's here where we're going to get entity name. Entity ID. So we need to try and name these buy and sell bags. These things need names. Maybe. So here it is. Shop kind, sell bag ID. So what we could do, the easiest way to get around this. So when we do this, we could have another constructor where we can actually set a title. So we'd be like standard optional W string custom title. Like this. And then get title can be like if custom title return custom title else. And then we can do inventory bag grid renderer bag ID title like this. Bag ID custom title. And then here where we're doing the cell one, which is here, we can do cell, and here we can do buy, different kind of buy, type brain. Now we have sell and buy there. Oh, something's broken. So we need an actual padding in between as well. We'll say it's 8 pixels. It's padding. Oh, it's kind of a margin, really. Plus margin. Minus margin. So the buy and sell. So the idea is that breaks it doing that. Why does that break it? That's crazy. Oh, we're not completing the inventory exchange now. I don't think. Okay, so I need to work on disabling the scroll bar, auto scroll, to figure out where that is. B scroll, nothing in there. Game UI renderer, B scroll. So the handle bounds as well. Do we have? Can we? That's a clamp. How do we? You want to actually clamp the handlebar bounds, the width and height. So. Handle bounds. We're inflating it by -4. Okay. So we keep the width and height to be a minimum of 8. Which means it won't disappear. Check that's not broken anything. Okay, so where's the auto scroll stuff? Let's have a quick look. If we put a breakpoint here, just before we're about to draw one of them. Before draw V scroll, is it in here? Ah, right, okay, yeah. So, it's got the UI state, so we want to say auto scroll. Do we have a velocity? So this is the drag vector. So this is doing the drag vector stuff. So let's do Y auto scroll velocity or speed 1. Just to be careful here. Scroll bars are absolutely awful if you get bugs in them. Is it here? Yes, it's here. This is it. So that's times state y auto scroll speed. So we want to be able to set this now. So we'll do it here. We will go void set v scroll. Set v auto scroll speed value. Oh, we'll call it what? We'll call it v auto scroll speed vertical. So we can do it through the renderer. So in game menus now, what we need to do is we need so the canvas that we want to actually set it on is this canvas. So we need a way to get that information in. So we do draw tab pane, and then we make a new canvas. This is the content. So it's the content we want to set the. So if we just test it, we'll just say content set get renderer. Set v-scroll auto speed to 0. So the natural place to put it is in the renderer. This renderer here. Let's just check this works first. The renderer that actually renders the panel content. Okay, that works. There's no auto scroll anymore. Let's check that there is actually auto scroll. Let's all use this as the same stuff. Where would it be? Here. Yeah, our auto scroll is working. So the renderer needs in it v-scroll auto speed. Like this. This inventory bag tab grid renderer. So we want okay. So we want with each bag renderers arg v scroll. We call it v scroll auto speed is equal to 0. Can't remember what we called it though. V auto scroll speed. Yeah. okay. Not quite. Not quite. This is actually... This is a tab page renderer storage. So it's actually arg dynamic cast to one of those. Does that work? No, dynamic cast to I tab page renderer. That seems to not work either. Ah, it does work. Just need an arrow there instead. I tab page renderer. V scroll auto speed. Get the right name. Okay, cool. So this can actually now, rather than just set it to 0, I want you to set it to V scroll auto speed. Okay. And then we want to do that for this one as well, the vendor one. So all that means now is that we've disabled the auto scroll, or just set the speed to 0, which basically doesn't do it. It means it doesn't do it. So we can drag the icons down. Awesome. That is crashing. Well, it's not crashing, it's hanging the the shop. If you go from there to there. If you go from there to there, it's okay. I'm not special for that. Can you go from there to there? Yeah, that's no. Ooh, so what's that then? The idea is you go sell something, and then you would buy something, but this doesn't work. Buy 3 of those. It did work. And then there would be buttons in the middle, so there'd be like money here. You're going to make this much money, or there'll be like the balance or something. Streaming on a Friday, yeah, Fu Manchu. Did you have a good birthday? Working on the shop. Put in tooltips the other day, and they can be interactable or not interactable, which is nice. Yeah, chess menu is finished. You can swap between the list view or the grid view. In the shop, you can only do that with the actual vendor, Tim Seedware. You can't do it. It's a bit Yeah, if you swap to a list mode here, this scroll bar gets so small that it breaks it really. But the idea is there would be some buttons somewhere. Can't fit them in though. I can't fit them in. So you go like, I'm gonna sell that, and I'm gonna buy one of those. Apart from that's broken. And then there's buttons to click the trade. Yeah, lunchtime. Local in Indian. Oh, nice. That sounds awesome. I love an Indian. I love a curry. Yeah, I've just got loads of snot. That's basically it. Feel alright though. So it's only that first box that it breaks it. That's weird, isn't it? If you put it in there, it breaks. Anyway, we're not on there yet. We're not on there yet. We have to figure out how we're going to fit these buttons in. Oh man. At least you can sleep. Yeah, I can sleep as well. It's good. Lazy Rui. Yeah. That's a perfectly reasonable time to start a work day. 3:15 in the afternoon. Work till 4:45. Job done. Day's done. Nice one. So we've got this gap thing. We can create space. Just looks rubbish. Doesn't look symmetrical. Always a lot of interruptions. Sleep between interruptions, yeah. Yeah, awesome. Kids playing video games, work a little bit. Yeah, nice. You see, we could get rid of Trader. There's just no space. Space here until you open the stash. So we could like make this a bit higher. Or a bit not as high. What am I doing here? Player height, decrease that. Then the stash, well, no, that's okay. That's actually okay. So what was that? So 235 or something. And this one the vendor height can be 235. So now we have this tiny scroll bar. Which is not what we want. So that's not too bad for a height. So we could go something like 350 for both of them. And then move these up. And then have a button down here. Have the stuff down here. That's not terrible. So we want buy, sell, height. They're not lined up either. Because there's a gap, yeah. So let's put buy, sell, height in the tweakers. Music's a bit creepy. Change it to something else. So this is the buy, sell, height. Not there though. It's the wrong place. Shop menu. Sell by height. Sell by height. And then in game menus, I'm actually calculating these. So it would be player bounds minus gap. So minus, no, it's here. What is it? So this is just by sell height. Or sell by height, however we called it. Okay, cool. So we can make this a bit, so it just needs to be like this. Pretty much. Just before, well, maybe just like there. 135. And then we need buttons down here. So we need like transaction value. Why is that breaking? That's crazy why it can't just go into that one slot. It works if it goes into the next slot. I think all of the slots are fine. Confusing. And then we have like the trade value. So we need some buttons basically. We need like reset. So that what reset does is it puts everything back. Obviously you won't be able to drag that into there. Eventually. So it'd be like, right, I'm going to sell all 5 of my Apple Sparks. And I'm going to buy 3 Cosmic Sludge. And they have a trade value. And you press trade or you press reset. So we just basically want the monetary value here. Or maybe in the bottom left. So auto trade value bounds. We're going to say scissor dot right minus some value. So we'll go auto trade value. We'll do it as a string for now. 100G. The trade value. Well. So the trade value bounds could just be the scissor. We could just draw it right in the bottom left corner. So we could do something like drawstring on canvas. Drawstring. Font size. Bottom right corner. Bottom right align text 100G. Let's make it white. Scissor bottom right. Z order get Z. Easy layer text. See what that looks like. There's 100G. It's pretty blooming small though. Obviously needs to be bigger. What font are we actually using? Extra small. Extra small. Should just be get font size. Canvas, get font size. This is canvas. Let's try and get doing it with the SDF font, so we get it bordered. See what that looks like. Okay, I think it's bordered. It's bordered, yeah. So it would be kind of like total 100G. Obviously 100G, that's going to have to get calculated from what's in the buy and sell bags. So let's make this, let's actually use the extra large font. This would be font size, extra large, large, please. Thank you. How big is this? Yeah, that's cool. The border is quite thick. So we want reset maybe down here. Maybe. So we can possibly go down. It's like 420. No, 420 is not a good one. 422. 425. And then we'd need... Where do we want the reset button to be? Probably like here. Okay, well, let's just draw a button called reset. Draw button. Reset. see where it actually draws it. No idea. It's probably going to draw it off the screen, you know. Oh, we didn't save the gaps. What was it? 425. Where is the reset button? The reset button, where is it? Well, it's clipped out by the scissor, so it's got no size. So it didn't actually put in a scroll bar as well, which is a bit weird. It should have put a scroll bar in. Unless it's underneath there. So we could actually do a custom button for this. Where we specify a bounds. So don't really want to do it here. Well, we could do it here. We could do something called like draw floating button. Draw floating button. Then we specify an actual bounds where we want it to be. So let's just put it above for now. So it's just basically this. This can be return draw floating button text bounds. Okay. So can we do draw floating button rect 100 100 120. Will this do what we want? It might draw it behind stuff. That is worth noting. It possibly will do that. What? What's going on? Oh, this is just bounds. Okay. If you just do draw buttons, it just lays it out. Like the UI system will lay the button, will lay it out how the UI system does. But a floating button is nice. Put a button anywhere you want. There it is. Whoa, look at that. It's bright. Blooming heck. So, get next button bounds. So it's the line height of the button is the line height. We don't already have it. We need to position it somewhere. So let's position it. Scissor.x. Scissor.y plus scissor.bottom minus line height. We'll say 256 pixels wide. Just draw it in the bottom left. There it is. It's very bright. Super duper bright. So let's do the button position. Ooh. And tweaks. The reset button position. Reset button position. It's kind of the offset, really. Offset from the bottom left corner. Reset button. Offset X. Reset button, offset Y. So this now would be plus tweaks. Reset button, offset X. Plus minus tweaks dot reset button, offset Y. So that just allows us to position the button. So, tweaks. Okay. Put it there. Like here. So 7, 7. It's not quite blending properly. I don't think. Is it because it's black? Let's just open up the editor. Put the shop up here. It's still black. Over here then. I wonder if that's because there's no... It's alpha underneath. So we should probably put like a bottom bar across first. Okay. So... So if you get the submenu, so let's do... So this is that's the button bounds. Let's do auto bottom bar bounds. Scissor. Dot bottom minus 64. I don't know. Well, what would it be? It would be the cell bounds. Dot bottom. No, cell bound. Well, what would it be? It would be scissor X. Cell bounds bottom scissor dot width scissor dot height minus cell bounds bottom, and then we'll just do canvas draw quad bottom bar bounds. Get tweaks submenu. Game submenu tweaks. Does it have paint back color? The order. Get the easy layer quad. So that will just draw just some kind of quad at the bottom. The button to sit on top of, in theory. It's there, look. Oh, interesting. The white seems to have gone in the wrong direction in height. Oh, minus 47. Scissored up bottom, that's why. There it is. It's actually the same colour as the button. That's not what I want. We want the same colour as the button. Item list back colour. Let's try that one. And I think it needs to be plus a little bit. So we can inflate it by like -8. And that will just shrink the whole thing by 8 pixels each side. It actually needs to be bigger. Maybe like this for 10. Then maybe like 16. Still the wrong colour. That is super duper bright. I'll have to change the brightness. It's like a very bright light, that is. We need this colour, whatever this colour is. Tab pane back colour. Yeah. Tab pane back colour. That's what we need. Is that not what we were using before? Sure. Is it drawing the button behind? It's drawing the button behind. So this is actually a background. It's not the same colour. It's drawing the actual background of the button behind, but then it's drawing the text of the button in front. Still very bright. It's not quite right as well. It's not drawing. There's a little thing here it's meant to be drawing. A little white block that's been drawn behind. Is there anything... there's nothing below background. Okay, so we need to figure out why it's drawing stuff in the wrong order then. Is hot. Draw button background. Oh, it's doing it background -1. The gap at background -1. Weirdly. That might screw up scissor stuff. So we need to do back or something. So this can be back. And then that means this has to be back as well. Oops. Okay, there we go. It's still got some kind of blending problem. Okay. We will, and then we need a colour now. We do need an actual colour. So shop menu tweaks. Wherever that is. We want colour back bar. We'll call it like the total bar colour or the button bar colour. Button bar colour. Set it to be black to begin with. Get one of these colour pickers. Button bar colour. So this can be tweaks. Button bar colour. Button. Oh my god. It's button bar colour. And then we'll put the buy button in. The trade button. Okay, so now it's black. What does it look like with the light with the black? It's making it. It's interesting. I think there's a blending problem there. Button bar color, there it is. Okay. Turn it off. I don't know really. It could be different because it's like the end of the trade, you know. It could be different to blue. Let's just copy tab pane back color for now. Ooh. So bright. I can't believe that. So you would go that one, and I want to buy 2 of them, and then you could go reset, and it would reset them. Oops. Okay. So we want to draw now this in the bottom bar. Bottom right. Do we just have a center right align? Do we not have a center right align text? Bottom right. Do we not have a center right? We don't have a center right. Box center right, that's what we want. Box center right, but we need to provide the box, which is the bottom bar bounds. And I think, I'm not sure what that value has to be in the bottom right value there. Okay, I think it needs to be bottom bar bounds, center. Okay, there we go. So we need a little bit, we need to shift it up a bit. So this could be minus vec2 16 0 or something. Whoops. Alright, I've got about 10 more minutes left to stream. Right, there we go. We don't need the SDF. The SDF does make it stand out. The border there. Let's just get an ordinary text font. Now we need to find out where the buy button is going to be. The trade button. That'll be the last thing I have to do today. Let me just sort a lot of this stuff out. Middle? Center? So we could do... Red. And this would be... Bottom bar bounds. Center. Inflate. Would be bottom bar bounds. Center. Inflate. And then it would be... to 8 to 8 minus line height over 2 plus line height over 2. That would be the trade button. So we need a maybe, so I think we need a different type of button. The text needs to be in the center. But we'll have to do that a different day. So let's do 192. We might be able to do it now. Could do a completely custom button for that. Okay. Red button bounds. So what could we do to center align the text? It's not much work really. I don't think. Draw button text. So there's this thing called draw menu button text left center. So this would to make them all be centered, it would just be center align text. It's just one line like that. But that make all the buttons centered for the entire game. This is a special case. And to be fair, with the way that the button works, with like this thing here, it needs to be a little bit to the left anyway. Or the center align text is not working on the buttons. I think it is. I think it's just an illusion because of that little glitch. Little glitch light. Done there. What have I done? What did I actually change there? Just to do the button. Game UI render. Yeah, there we go. So we could put in like an text offset. And then that would have to get put in UI button state. So if you look at UI button state, we could do text offset like that. Which would only actually this would be plus state dot text offset. I think something like that. And then draw a floating button. We need another one. Game UI canvas. Do it here. Draw floating button. We put it straight up here. So we could actually default that. And we'll just do bstate text offset is text offset. And then got a little bit of time left. We want trade button, text offset. Read button, text offset. And then this would be when we draw in the floating button, we can go tweaks, trade button, text offset like that. And that should just allow us to offset the text ourselves. Then I'm going to have to head. See if Fu Manchu's streaming. So I've got the layout of the shop done. Functionality is written, just all if zeroed out. So it needs to get if zeroed back in and tested. You know, the actual buying and selling and stuff like that. Had to stop the stream to do some admin. Ah, okay, no probs. Oh, memory corruption there. Let's just rebuild. No probs, Fu Manchu, no probs. It's having a hard time building. Okay. It kind of needs to be there. And we can put a different colour on it as well. So that would be roughly the layout of the shop menu. It's quite a lot of information on one screen. It's very similar to the chess menu. It's just got different these things at the bottom really. The reset, the trade. To like tone down the lighting a bit. Get it all functionally working. I want to do an animation for this. So when you like put stuff in, it like flicks up in value or flicks down in value or whatever. But that'll have to wait. All right. Check in. Oh, actually, did I even save there? Save the position. I didn't. Let's save the position. It's about here, isn't it? Something like that. 128. I think 128. Yeah, I think that looks good. That's like seems to be by eye, as long as it's good by eye. Okay. Who's on? Heroes Studios. Right, I'm going to head off. I'm going to send you over to Heroes Studios. Right, thanks very much for watching. I'll be back on hopefully Monday. But yeah, it was a good stream. See you later.
They modified by an external process? Not very nice.